Hello. I think I might have banned your friend. Toddler from Twitch. He was really popping off. And then, how do I mod you? Oh, I've got it in the other window. Ooh, that's loud. Shit. Pardon me. I don't know how to do that, actually. Because it's not working in this other window. I'm going to refresh it. Still doesn't work. Just says something went wrong. Oh, well. I'll get you next time. It's not working today. I don't know why. And I don't know how to do it manually. Because I think I'm on Hello Good Game is the problem. Ew. And I should be on the other account. Maybe that's it. We'll get it figured out next time, though. Yeah. I didn't mean to. I was in a bad mood. I'm always in a bad mood. You know, that's kind of like my whole thing, right? I don't like anything. Specifically if you tell me to like it. Right? Yeah, he was going off of Bill Ackman, too. Gave him the inside scoop on a play. It's like, oh, man. I wish I had billionaire friends who'd help me out. You guys want that options data? We're an options stream now. That's how we're rebranding. I think for the best. What else do we need? How about some option plays, baby? Let's get those in here. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Starfighters, though? Yesterday? You picked that fucker and it shot up, yeah? Well, we're always doing something fun. Right, I'm always up to no good. Which is great. I mean, the skill set I've been able to curate over the last... I mean, you know, I've been here for years. You know, we're after it. I think I got stopped out on that today. If I'm being totally honest. Yeah, it's not having a good day. But yesterday, just... Woo! All things must come back, though. Yeah, this is kind of just a GameStop stream, though. Right? Our beloved. And it's GameStop that taught me how to do that, right? I wouldn't be able to do any of that, you know, crazy daily shenanigans play. Because we do it every day, right? We're out here again doing it this morning, right? More of the same. With a couple different plays, too, right? Oh, so nice. And given the breakdown of it, like, I understand I'm autistic and you're probably, like, I'm bad at communication. I get it. Like, but I'll try my best. And then, like, if you can figure it out, it's all there. Wholeheartedly. My social skills aren't fantastic. Right? That's why I stay at home and trade. Oh, no. Right? I'm not going out with the work crew, hunting that promotion, sucking up to the boss. You know, it's like, I don't care about anything or anyone. Shit. Not even myself, really. So it's like, when people expect you to do it, like, you know, something you wouldn't even do for yourself, for them, it's like, man, you're crazy. It's not happening. But, they thank you, man. I doubt that. You're like, yeah, he was extremely articulate. I understood in just a few minutes. Oh, homie, I love you. Somehow I doubt that, but I appreciate the sentiment. It might take them some time, right? And that's fine, because, you know, this is something that took me years. So I would imagine it would also take them years, you know? How's GameStop doing? 1993. That was a good year. Vintage year. We're getting closer. The risk reward is getting better every day. Let's make a fucking post about it. What you need to do, Toddler, is start social media accounts if you really want to be helpful to me. Social media accounts. You're on Reddit. You're on, well, maybe not Reddit so much, but you're on, because it's really easy to post on Twitter or Blue Skies, right? Or both. Stock twits, right? Those are the big three, right? And that's where I'm going to be posting in a moment. And then just like, mirror my trades. You know, I understand maybe not your real account off the start, like I recommend most people do, start with their paper trading account. But just like follow the plays as best you can, and then post about them, right? Post your profit loss, your, you know, be like, oh, you know, this is what I did based on, you know, this guy over here, right? Furthermore, if you really wanted to go above and beyond, do that on like 50 different profiles, right? Fire up your AI machine and just, you know, unlimited testimonials. Which I don't expect anyone to do. Like, I'm not even doing that for myself, and this is my business, right? If it goes, it goes. If not, I'm not gonna drive fake engagement ever. That's crazy. But that would be some gas to the fire. Even if you just do it organically for yourself, you know, wholeheartedly, that is even really good. We have a Discord club, but we need to get the Discord club fucking noticed, and then it can get sponsored. That's what you need, is just people posting their profit loss and testimonial and then just driving it towards you. Which I do. I do those things. I'm actually not the top of the triangle, and that's how this all works. It's just a pyramid scheme. Right? Like, you know, I've got people I listen to, right? And that's just fucking information. That's just how it works, right? It's like a lot of the information I bring out, it comes from somewhere, right? I'm getting that somewhere, and it's tearing down through the pyramid. Oi, 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 oi. How about the new Gorillaz album? Oh, that's not the new one, though, is it? GameStop's chilling right where we want it. Taking a look at some trades for today, though. Then we can do a technical analysis. We're bullish. This vertical call spread is looking a little better. Up to 125 is... Oh, we're going to make a post about risk reward. Okay, yeah. I've had 3 quad coffees today. I'm on my 12th espresso shot. So you guys are in for a stream, I'll tell you what, right now. I'm surprised the old dude said Elon and Hackman. I thought... Actually, I don't know if it was... I'm just assuming it was your friend. It was like Creative something was their name. Yeah, so as we trend closer to support, risk reward skews bullishly over bearish. And implied volatility is still the way. Right? Okay, let's make a couple social posts. Our 1 month trend is bearish as well. Okay. Hello. I'm here. I've been here. GameStop sound, so I was crying, so I had to be off camera. No crying in gains. Market popping up off those levels we talked about, which is really crazy. Like, holy Toledos. These are our two targets. We hit the first, tap the second. Ay, 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 ay. Technical analysis. A lot of people wanted to go short. We said, no, 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 don't do that because it'll rebound. And here we are challenging all-time highs for Christmas, as expected. What do you do? Right? What I really need is like someone to get me a job at a hedge fund. Right? I don't have a family. I could move. Where do you need me? I'd love to work just remotely though. And I could do it. I could do the thing. I'm certain of it. But as like a person of my stature, going out and getting that job is actually kind of tough. But once I had it, I could rock it. Oh man, I need like a support agent almost. Anyways, social media posts, Chrome. Well, now our reason is pre-baked dilution. It's also the lack of forward guidance. I'm going to open up my window one sec. I see a blue sky out there. I gotta take advantage of that. It's, wintertime up north. Wow, the sun is out. I see blue. What is going on? So yeah, this is like one of our 3 hours of sunlight a day. And typically it's cloudy and gray for it. So when the sun is up and the sky is out, you gotta take advantage of that. Okay. Boom. Okay, we're over here. Let's start the day out with one of these. Boop. Restricted? That can't be. What? Yes, that's contact support. That's crazy. So I guess that's on my list of shit to do. We can still do this though. Fucking stock twits. Like, oh, sorry, you can't post on our grifter website. We've got a high standard of post material here. Get out of here. Yes. Yes. Yeah, the knowledge is worth more than the money, though. The money's great, but A, what do you do with that much money to begin with? You just go crazy like the rest of these people. Weird. Which is great. I mean, safety and security, sure, but just the ability that you can take care of yourself. It's pretty decent. We got to figure this out on the side here, like email or support, I guess. All right, well, I submitted it. What else do we need to track today? I don't think if it's puts on GameStop. I would take some SPY puts maybe this afternoon. I don't know. It's like a lot of uppities all right away. It's been a couple days of it. The market is strong. Which I think looks like maybe a reverse head and shoulders here. All right. Shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2. Yeah, I mean, this looks great. Downturn breakout, reversal signal. You gotta challenge and invalidate this order block, but probably happens. And that's why it's charging up, because probably happens. And as that becomes more bullish, this will be what we want to take off of a reversal signal, right? Look at these stonkies. What up, Tolly? My internet was crazy this morning. I was getting disconnected so many times. Did I show you my gruel deck? I think I did. And I've had 12 espresso shots. So it's going to be just a fantastic couple of hours. The market is killing it, crushing upwards. GameStop chilling, but that's kind of what we want. Just at 2040 to 2040.50, or sorry, 24.50. Just trend lock it. But as it does become more aggressive, then we can start to look at something like this. A beaver dam. Oh, well, yeah, I'm like the that beaver from the Chronicles of Narnia, right? Yes, because it's like cold and snowy. So this all checks out. On that note, I think the last time I watched Chronicle of Narnia, I played Fable 1, and family's around, right? So I got the young one hooked up on my old 360, right? Sent that with them, and boom, had Fable 2 there. And I was like, oh, man. Those were the days. And the disc semi-chart worked first. The last disc in it was Mercenaries 2. Great game. Which I tried to play on my PC recently, and it's like, I don't know if the graphics were that bad. Maybe I should revisit it in native resolution. Because on my 4K monitor, it was just like, I cannot even look at this. This is so bad. Yeah, GameStop wise, we're just chilling though. Very low relative strength. Not great. Plane. Well, I would need one of them with like those, like the landing gear on it for lakes, because that, like, you can use that on the snow as well, right? You see that guy land his planes to go into the drive-thru in Alaska? I'll look at him into the window. Tolly, no distracting the stream. Just pulling out of the restaurant. Oh, man. There goes your boy. Just needed a couple things from the store. I get it. I mean, sometimes places where it's frozen in the summertime, it melts and it's like pretty boggy, right? It's like not all of the travel ways which you can use really well in the winter can be used in the summer. Logging roads, things like this. They just get too soft, right? But in the winter, they're frozen and, they're like highways. If I had just like excess cash flow, I would save a lot of it up. But Buko bucks, I might collect Nintendo powers. Right? A complete Nintendo Power collection. Oh. Every single edition. That's what I would do. Like you do Magic cards, which I do like. I used to have quite the Magic collection as well. But as far as just like that random thing, I think Nintendo powers. There is so much nostalgia wrapped up in those books. Woo! That'll get you through the day. We could play Buck the Bunny. Technically, this is a GameStop stream. And it is a GameStop game. And it is Christmas. And the stock is really not trading. Man. You see this innocent thing? Like we all know about this for some time. You're just seeing this now? It's crazy. There's so much craziness online. This is the only good post all day. Utilization up, price goes down. Unless the utilization jumps from like 60 to 100, which would share recall, right? Someone's like, hey, give me all my shares. And they're like, okay, we got to do this right now. But just a slow bleed up like that is people applying pressure, right? Borrowing shares. That's what I also need to know. Pardon my spelling. Mostly, I just can't use a keyboard, which is crazy because like I'm on a computer a lot. We need to play like a typing game, just so I can get rid of maybe like some bad habits that exist. Ah, see, perfect. So it's not the person selling the call naked who is affecting utilization directly, but it's the market maker hedging that call, whether it's naked or not. I assume it is. It's better that way. And it could also just, I guess, be classical shorting, but I would like to think that people are taking advantage of the volatility, but maybe not. Series of how not to spend your money. Oh yeah, anything. I was even thinking last night, cause seen a video of like this young person in a Lambo, and it's like, God damn, you know how much money you actually need to have in order to own a Lambo respectfully or responsibly? It's like billions of dollars. You'd be like a multi-billionaire to have a Lambo, because you can't put that kind of percentage of your net worth into a vehicle, right? Like, oof, we can, but that's like a depreciating asset. Unless it's like a rare edition that gets like put in a crate, and that's a whole other story than something that you're using as a daily driver. Um, like how many Lambos even sell a year is my second thought, because of how impractical they are. I bet it's not many. I bet it's like 20, you know? hmm Well, there's like just necessities, right? Like food, clothing, shelter, education, I guess, to a certain degree. As a human, what are your other needs? I think that's it, right? Is that phone out yet? Is the that gold phone coming out or what? I thought everybody would have had one of those by now. What do you do? I mean, I'm jealous. My phone's not gold. I guess we could post this to the Discord for everyone. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think that's pretty good guidance. The general market is strong, but I expect a reversal at some point today. But I don't know. That's a tough one. Really nothing to do today. Volume's pretty low today. Imagine that. You should ship over like some authentic German Christmas cookies. Right? That's what I need, Tolly. I'll share them with my German grandmother. She'll be like, oh my God, where'd you get these? I'm like, you'll never guess. And then maybe she'll put me back in the will. I'm just kidding. Oh, man. You gotta hook me up, homie. With like a handwritten German card as well. Oh. Tomorrow's a holiday. So no stream tomorrow. Then the next day is a half day, so we'll probably just skip it entirely as well. And then we'll be on Friday. I have a YouTube stream on the other channel, so I don't know if we'll be here for that either, unless I finish it early, but no promises on that. And then the New Year, I think it's still some time away, right? Like we get another week. Yeah, so we'll have like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday stream. Maybe take New Year's off. Maybe we'll be on live. I don't know. Is the market open? We'll see. But then we're just back to probably reduce streaming hours at that point. Right. And then we'll come back if something's going to happen a little bit more. I imagine today's a little slower. Everybody's getting ready for tomorrow, right? Lots of people are getting their shopping done or their food prep ready. This is just an RSI, right? I don't even know. What study is it, though? Commodity Channel Index? What? I don't even know. Teach me. So it is like RSI. Okay. Maybe a little bit smoother, though. RSI is, I think, a little bit more sporadic. Okay. RSI is going to be bounded 0 to 100, and this can just run. Oh, and I'm saying it's smoother, but it's more spiky, apparently. Borgella, dude. Yeah. I mean, that's how I'm interpreting it. So nice load up underneath, right? Oh. Oh, that's just the size of it. I see. Sorry. I don't really use this chart, so. Oh my god, I'm blind. Yes, this is the one. Oh, hello. Hello, indicator. I appreciate that. We should, at one point in our lives, go through every single indicator and just map it out like a completion list, get some achievements done. Nice. I don't do a lot of charting in my broker typically. I just do it in TradingView. Yeah, just trying to wait for a reversal on GameStop. It could be days. It could be, dare I say, weeks. Could be minutes. I don't know. Volume comes quickly when it does. But, you know, these things will go on their own as well at some point. You don't necessarily need a catalyst to drive volume. It just will have it all happen much faster if it does. Yeah, so I think this is really nice, but you'd want to pair it with a reversal. One day bars? This is playing back, but you probably want to wait. Because even though it's getting there now, you know, it can go much lower. Right, like what is this? That's a 400. Holy shit. Should we have any extreme lows? This was our most extreme low ever. Let's check that out. Right? This last little bit was as brutal as it's ever been. And this was negative 220, 200. So if we ever get to that negative 200 mark, which we've been at before a couple times, like even this, those are really good load-ins. So I wouldn't really be going short here targeting that, but I would wait it out. Right? Like I wouldn't want to get involved until you were hitting that negative 200. And then like negative 300 plus, you're like, you're definitely acting on that. No. I mean, people are on holidays, right? They're checked out. as they should be, spending time with their family and friends, beloved streamers. I think we did a pretty good job of getting everybody set up ahead of time, right? Because we kind of knew it was going to be slower. So just get everyone farming some theta, farming, what little volatility there is left. Selling some calls, selling some puts. Because selling puts at this level is actually not terrible. Because if our support's at 20 and you're getting, $200 for your put at 22 or whatever, it's like you're buying right at support at 20, and who wouldn't want to do that anyways, right? So, if you can make a little bit while you just trend towards it, I think that's pretty decent. It's going to be a long, slow reset, though, without any volume. Which is fine. We know what we're targeting, right? We want to see that negative 200 here. As far as, strength goes. But preferably, because that's non-confirmation, right? Preferably, you're tying that with a reversal, right? Because just like even here, it's close to that 200, but without tying it with a reversal, you're just buying into a relief rally before another, massive dump. But here, obviously there's going to be a reversal in the momentum, which is before the lows, because the low doesn't actually hit until it's like already reversing. If we can scroll in on that. And I guess this was because was this earnings? When was this low at 20? What happened off of that 20 bounce? Was there anything? Any catalyst here? Because this is clearly reversing, right? Like, cup and handle me harder, right? That's a clear, pattern here, with it curling up, right? So you have your cup, and then it's curling up. But it's clearly reversed. Because I understand, like, if you want to call this the top of the cup, that's not one, but play devil's advocate. Either way, though, the trend is clearly reversed, though. Like, this is an uptrend. Am I allowed to draw on that? I have no idea how to draw. Anyways, there's an uptrend here, right? Like this bottom line is ascending before hitting lows. So I think waiting for the reversal is probably better than trying to time in at just a massive negative. But timing it after the massive negative still comes through, though, right? Like, so have that massive 300 hit, and then wait for a reversal to set. Because this should, as people start to buy that bottom, I think reverse a little bit more aggressively, right? And then once it does start to take off, you don't want to be buying it too late, right? So you do want to, I think, really time that reversal as soon as it hits. But, how do you know? Because at the point, like, before you've seen this would have been, that reversal out of the low, right? As would have this. So it maybe isn't that easy. This one, maybe not so much, because you really want to wait post low. But this area, I could see someone definitely getting involved with, which would have been premature. I mean, this is at 21.5 when you could have got in at, that 25. So try to be patient with it, I guess, as well. but we have to align this with an actual entry model, technically speaking, not just use one indicator, right? Like we do want to see that 15-minute, 30-minute reversal set. That 4-hour PMO swing back in our favor as well. I think this was the pre-earnings run. Well, the pullback from it, it's still like 100 days until earnings, so there's no pre-earnings run right now. Pre-earnings run down or post-earnings run down as we're getting smashed here. But this is it, and people see blood in the water, and it gives them conviction to act as well, and then it just becomes exacerbated, right? It's clear to everyone we're not finishing over 25 by, January 16th. There's so much resistance there. And people just keep been piling in, and that's fine. Because at a certain point, all of that piling in, which equals suppression, is alleviated, right? The time is going to pass, the open interest falls off chain, and because of this, they can finally start to push through some of those obligations that maybe they've been delaying, right? I don't personally track FTDs, but I imagine that there's a few of them. Oh, okay. I was asking about that low off 20. Okay, perfect. Yeah. And that's kind of what we're maybe looking for here as well, now that you mention it being that, because, unless we get a bullish catalyst, right? Unless Burry comes out and he's like, hey, you know what? I got a game plan for you. It's going to rock your tits off. Then we'll probably just trend downwards until people are saying, you know what? I'm a buyer. I'm willing to step in and, let's go. Oh my gosh, excuse me. A little bit of a cough there. So that could be some time, right? Which we see represented in the 4-hour PMO, kind of swinging back. And, 4 hours takes a long time. There's only, 3 or 4 4-hour bars in a day. They take time to play out, and it could equal days or weeks, most likely, right? So weeks equals OPEX, and then once that's passed, because it's only like 20 days, then I think a lot of that hedged pressure via the open interest is alleviated, and we can kind of run our course more naturally. So just like max pain is relevant to traders on Fridays, right? So too is OPEX at a larger scale, right? Like they're just like there's still expiries, right? Every Friday there's an expiry, but they're like stacking up, right? So the yearly is like the most important weekly max pain that you can really use, right? Like people get really excited about, the quad witching, right? Or the triple witching. There's sometimes, right? And that's just when all those expiries are kind of lining up together. So just how you can use on a week-to-week basis max pain to kind of identify where the stock's going to trade at based on the open interest. So too can you do that on the monthly expirations as well as the yearly, even quarterly as well, right? And then yearly, even maybe bi-yearly to a certain extent. to give you maybe even a clearer idea, right? Specifically as you get close to those dates. Like right now, we're so close to January's OPEX that I wouldn't even really be looking at our weekly max pain. So much so because I think that the January OPEX, the yearly expiry, is so heavily weighted in comparison to the weekly max pains, and so close that it's just like, you know, towering over them, and they just like don't do anything at all anyways. No, yes. All it takes is bullish catalyst, though. GameStop, even though a $10 billion company, is still very sensitive. Right? It does not take a lot to move the price of the stock, which is a lot of money. Like, oof, a lot of money or inflow, which is crazy to think of, right? Like, market caps mean things. So someone definitely could release bullish news or do a localized squeeze to just push us over, and then force the market to hedge a bunch of things they've not hedged, which would be amazing, but I just don't... I don't see it. I think that's a lot of risk for an entity to do. Like, to orchestrate a short squeeze like that is... I don't think on the checklist of things you want to do while avoiding government agencies. Because nobody wants that. Nobody wants to get pulled in and, like, you know, have to do that whole thing. So it's easier just to... Because there's plenty of entities who could squeeze the chain of many different stocks aggressively. But they don't. It's like illegal, you know? So I don't think anyone's going to do that. Could happen. Sometimes it happens. But I don't think an individual wants to take that risk financially, because it's a lot for one person. And I don't think an institution will take the risk legally, right? So therefore, it's very rare that, like, one random person, A, knows enough how to do it, B, has enough capital to do it, C, is willing to risk it, and, you know, I guess D is actually even involved in the specific stock you're in as well, right? Very rare, and it's, like, not a long list of individuals. And then no one in an institution is going to do it. But if the collective GameStop investor could figure it out and act in coordination with one another, woo, someone would be in trouble, I'm sure of it. Not that they could just do it willy-nilly anytime, though, right? But there's going to be periods of illiquidity where we do get a, you know, bullish entry model, and we get these moves that are maybe more exacerbative than they should be, and it's not just retail buying pressure. It's, you know, it's that short side that comes out and it's like, okay, cover some of my position. But there's a lot of things in play right now that an individual needs to map out, which I should go through. But, you know, the warrants, the bonds as well, right? Because there's the arbitrage on all that still in play, which I thought would have been resolved, but has not been, which is interesting. We'll see. The market is so strong. Shout outs to everybody who tried to get us to go short on the market last week. Yeah. That pesky carry trade. I say 20. 19 seems so aggressive. But yeah, 1993. I don't, when support is at 20, I'm willing to get in it before that in anticipation of it, right? Because what if it doesn't hit it and it, now you miss your low. So I would like to dollar cost average in, anything under 21 down to 20, right? Just that dollar pocket is so tasty. And like 19, probably like high 19s, like high 19s. So it's 20 is probably a good area, whether it be 2090 or, 2010, I think, anywhere in that $20 zone is really good. I mean, my average is 23, right? So they're getting to be a bit of a discount to my position at that point, which is nice. And then, if you're just averaging in common shares, perfect. That's a good decision to dollar cost average in. Anything option related, though, we have to wait for a reversal signal, right? I need to see that on the 15-minute. Or I need like a bullish catalyst that forces it, which could be as easy as a Ryan tweet or a Greg tweet or a Burry thing. I don't know how much I'm relying on that next article. I honestly think he's going to say do a share buyback at 19. But I said that last time we were at 19, right? So I don't think it really takes a genius to figure it out that GameStop could buy their own shares back with their cash, reduce their free float, and then drastically increase their EPS, blowing out earnings expectations, right? And then you fucking get a gap up because you beat earnings by 1,000%. Ta-da! You're a genius, Barry. Only you could have thought of this. But, hey, I'm here for it, right? And I'm such a dum-dum, too. Like, there's... it's crazy how someone can... Like, there's just too much knowledge to... Like, one person can't map it all out. It's absolutely absurd to even expect it of someone. So we're all dummies in our own way, right? But we all have, our own strengths as well. So... Niche knowledge is pretty cool. But it's, it's hard to know other niche knowledge, right? And it's, impossible to have it all. So as plain as some things seem to me, others are just a total mystery, right? Which is cool. Always something new to learn. Time frame, though, I'm giving it 2 weeks post OPEX even. Now, I know people are like, oh, January OPEX is on the 16th. You're saying OPEX pass and then the stock explodes. But that's where the downwards pressure is probably alleviated. And, then we're still going to have to start to curve back up, right? Which is going to take some time. That's where I think we'll find our reversal signal, right? But that's still going to be early on. And then, a month and the weeks, who knows how long, at which point, earnings is probably a little bit closer into the horizon. So we might get one pop there and then maybe a pullback again. I don't know. That's pretty advanced. Another dip? Well, we've had first dip. I would imagine that would be a higher low, though. To be clear, not to scare you. Nothing moves just in one direction, right? The healthiest stocks, do that little stair-step motion. Pullbacks are good. And it's okay to give GameStop more time. There's nothing wrong with that. The worst possible thing is to have an overvaluated stock. It's very easy to, have that short side attack, right? And they just drain it. And once that is initiated, it's hard to get out of it. So GameStop holding a lower market cap or valuation, it's not bad, right? It's healthy. I know everybody expects instant price discovery, and their bias says that it has to be worth $50 billion so they can be rich. But if GameStop was worth $50 billion, do you know what every institutional short seller would be doing? Attacking GameStop, because it would be, $40 billion of value that they can bleed out. And that is a lot of like residual garbage that you'll have to parse through. So this is better, still a speculative stock, right? Therefore, its valuation remains relatively modest. Still a little heavy, but that's because they've got good prospects, right? And there's a lot of that cash on hand, and look who's at the helm, right? So it deserves, a little bit of a premium, which, again, I know people don't want to hear, but it has, right? It could be lower, right? Look at some of these other stocks. I know SPY's killing it, but there's plenty of stocks that are crushing 52-week new lows, right? And then having to reverse split to maintain compliance, and then it's just it gets crushed down more, and it's a tough world out there to be publicly listed. You expose yourself to a lot. That's why you see some stocks go private, right? You can just mitigate a lot of that risk. But then it's also not great sometimes, but different companies have different goals, I guess. I don't mind. The consistency either, right? Like the downside consistency makes it pretty easy to be selling contracts, I guess, right? And I think it's almost like, like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it's the community at large that's making it that consistent on the downsides and upsides, because there is a lot of liquidity in retail, right? Even if, everybody's just going along with their 10 or 20 contracts, like it adds up. There's like millions of you. And that's where the coordination of this could become so dangerous for them, because, you've seen what one person can do. They can absolutely wreck the markets. Imagine if like people started just doing that. Brutal, right? So I think the consistency of GameStop is a lot to do with the community slowly figuring that out, right? So they're learning their technical analysis, right? They understand a bullish entry model. And because of this, they go long on the options chain, right? Which pushes GameStop up aggressively, right? And the same thing short side, whether they're selling calls or just shorting the stock, is super duper consistent, right? We get a bearish reversal signal, and then all of a sudden, we just start getting crushed, and utilization goes up. And but the same thing on the long side, right? So it's like more consistent than most things, right? In its movements via the signals that it sets. A lot of other things, they might set a signal and then reverse it, right? On GameStop, though, it sets a bearish signal and it keeps it until it doesn't, right? And then the exact opposite is true, where it sets a bullish signal and it keeps it. But there are very few false sets. And I think that's just because the community at large is like really wheeling it to death, which is fine. Just get involved and take advantage of it yourself. And then, we'll wait for the inevitable, right? People just need to get winning, I guess, is the thing. Because, we've seen some people maybe a little upset in the Discord this morning. They even deleted their message. They're like, investing in GameStop is pure pain. It's like, well, I mean, you could be having fun right now. I know a lot of people sold some contracts are having a blast this week, right? They're out doing their own thing. They don't have to really worry about GameStop. Just gobbled up that premium and they can check back in after the holidays. Carefree trading, right? Again, all that based to us not only from our technical analysis, but looking at the options chain as well, which I guess is that by extension as well, but a little different. Should have sold 22s. I told you, bro. Like, you could have sold 21s. Oh, man. So you can sell in the money, and as the theta still is decaying and the price and delta is still depreciating, your contract will still be green, and then you just buy it back. So even though your contract, like if you sold 21s and we're at 21.20, and technically, yeah, you're going to get called on those, but those contracts are so brightly green that it doesn't matter, and you can just close them at the end of the week for 99%. If you didn't want to be, losing anything. So just because something's in the money doesn't make it a green contract, right? Plenty of at-the-money contracts that people buy are red when they expire. They're not all bright green, right? It really depends on when someone's buying that. So if you're selling it at the right time, they're obviously buying it at the wrong time. You can reach in the money, and you don't have to worry about it expiring in the money, right? Because you just close it out at profit anyways. And that way you can maybe net some extra premium. Look at the market go. Merry Christmas. That's a Santa all at once rally. I was going to tell people to buy calls at open, but I didn't want anybody risking it. Because, nothing's a sure thing, but whew, that's aggressive. But with that being said, we are eyeing a reversal signal at some point. And when that happens, then, we'll probably continue to sell support and, sell resistance and buy support, right? So when we get a reversal signal set, we're going to start selling a little bit out of the money and buying at the money, right? As that risk reward becomes a little bit better. I've got an order in for 21.21. Yeah, I mean, that's all anyone can do. Just make sure you've got enough money for your warrants. And then, which is not much. I mean, it's 1% of your position. Should be manageable for most people. Even someone with a large position, right? Just start a YouTube channel and try to get revenue that way. Yeah, we really actually do need to get this channel converting a little bit better. I'm running out of time to, farm money for my warrants. Right? That's my main goal here. We could do a guide to a GameStop squeeze too. Like I am very familiar with short squeezes. I could map it out for you guys if you're unfamiliar what it'll take. It's a lot. It's just clearing local highs, right? There's so many shorts here, right? So if you could cascade higher, specifically on the 1 day, like there's so much downwards pressure here. People need to realize that there's like short city. There's so many shorts here, right? Just sitting that are probably still open, a lot of them, right? At all of these highs. And when you clear these highs, woo-wee, it's blue skies. That's where you really are going to get these squeeze moves, right? Just like we are clearing off all this downwards pressure, right? We blew out this recent high. All these shorts here, cooked. Blew out this high. All these shorts here, absolutely eaten for dinner. Blow out this high, right? Because we did here. This is like, oh my God. It's absolutely brutal. If you're on the other side of the trade when this happens. And that's why you get cascading volume that's multitudes or multiples higher than the float. So God forbid GameStop ever hits new highs, right? And I know this is post-split, and the 4 hours probably higher. I don't know if we can go back that far 4 hour, though. If you ever hit new highs on GameStop, it's over. Like, that is going to squeeze it. So you want to go to $1,000? All you need to do is clear this 125. For real, for real. Man, you see it happen so much on other stocks, too. Like, even today, what was the one running? I may or may not be orchestrating a short squeeze. I forget what it was, though. Oh, ASTI. Look at this chart. This is brutal. I'm not telling you to buy this because this is what happens. It's very rocky in the early days, but just like we called SMX at like, what was it, $3 or something? So too is this doing a major reversal slash initial squeeze move, $1.40 up to $8 today. That's crazy. Blowing out the previous high, right? And that's where you get that squeeze move, right? Because there was a lot of shorts here. And every time you blow out a new high, right? We take out this high, you get a massive move upwards. And if this continues to go upwards, that's like a lot of shorts. And this is a beaten down stock, right? Holy mullen. Like, this is abused. Like, this is... it's done it before, too, which is crazy. So, you're always watching, right? Always interested in everything in the market. And so it's good to learn, what drives all this. And it's just about getting other shorts underwater. It's super duper simple. Right? So if we ever do clear some of these longer term levels, and I know at that point we're already squeezing, but like if we look at quantum quickly, the squeeze may not look like a squeeze while you're in it. I showed this yesterday. So there's this squeeze, right? This whole quantum squeeze where the stock goes up 1,300%, right? Last December, last Santa rally. But what happens when we clear that high? It took a year to do it, right? It crashed, retraced, and the moment you clear that high, you go from like an upwards trend, just like, healthy growth, whatever, to exploding, and just going multiple times higher from what was 1,300% to now 7,000% quickly. And it's all when these shorts become underwater and then they've got to bail, right? And their bail volume is so extensive that it just cascades the price of the stock. So these things take a lot of time, and the people may not have realized here that they're in a short squeeze, right? They're just like, oh yeah, this is just a cool stock I'm investing in. But the reality was that this was the roadmap for this the entirety of the time, just like we're in now. It's no different, right? So when we blow our top off at 123, that's when you're going to go, you know, another X percent. Like, I know everything is different. This is irrelevant to do, but just for an example, you know, it's where you get another big move. I would have expected it to be more. Nonetheless, right? It's a big move. Specifically because it's 200 from the previous high. Which puts GameStop right where people wanted it to begin with, to their $2,000, right? Which pre-split, you know, now is their 400 or whatever. So a long journey. Sometimes it's pretty volatile, and you can't really tell when you're in it. But hindsight's 20/20, and at a certain point, the trend will become more clear. Obviously, there's a lot of institutional buy-ins with the quantum sector, right? And that's what was driving a lot of that continued growth, both pre and post squeeze. But players on both sides of the trade, obviously, right? Or it wouldn't have squeezed like that. What do you need to know about the warrants? Do you have questions about it? I sold my warrants for $375, made the decision, wanted to purchase shares with the money instead of holding them, since I saw the warrants as out of the money lotto calls. Yeah, but you had an expert give you them. You think Ryan's a doofus? Maybe. That's a hard call. What a bozo. No, I think they're okay. If you want to sell your warrants, you're just providing a short side obligation, right? Which is okay to do. They need it, right? You selling your warrant to the shorts is no different than GameStop doing a bond offering or an at-the-money offering. You know, it's just a dilutionary move. Because the shorts side, the buyer, I can guarantee you that's who's buying these warrants, they're immediately exercising it or collecting them to exercise, right? I guess if they were immediately exercising them, we would have seen more of them have been exercised on the last financial report, though. So that's, I guess they're not immediately exercising them. That is an incorrect assumption. But I'm certain they will be, and that if there is a period of illiquidity, you know, where the price is up and about, and they're like, if I buy another share at the market, it's gonna cascade. I'm gonna blow it up. I cannot source my shares at the market anymore. It's too expensive. Then they're gonna start sourcing them via exercising the warrants, I think. For now, I guess it's cheaper for them to buy them at the open market than the $32 warrant. So that makes sense that they're not exercising them yet. But when they do want to exercise them, it's because they're going to need X amount of shares. And they're like, okay, well, we're, you know, entitled to this from the warrants or whatever, that we can source them, right? And then you exercise it instead. That doesn't delete their obligation. Well, it does, but it doesn't, not in the same way, because they still need that original liquidity. Which now you're saying, well, you can't have it from the warrant. You have to go to the market and get it. So a percentage of them will be exercised by retail, and a percentage of them will be gobbled up to avoid sourcing shares during times of illiquidity at the market, right? Because the volume drives the price very aggressively, specifically the relative volume. So as GameStop's volume goes lower, and then we get this volumetric event coming forth, that's fine when the price is low, and that first little bit you just get sourced at the market. But we've seen GameStop go higher than 25 before. Imagine that. And at a certain point, they're not going to want to buy shares at the market anymore. I think that's the same reason we've had those first two dilution moves, right? Because it's easier to negotiate with GameStop directly and give them a really good deal on cash than it is to buy the shares at the market and just blow the rest of these positions up. It doesn't really matter, though. Like, it's such a small percentage that to say that you helped them is like, now you helped yourself is who you've helped. If that's, we don't care if you sold your warrants. You can literally buy them back. Like, just do what makes you money. That should be your main goal. Selling your warrants at near 4, and where they go to 250. That's a good trade, right? Wish I would have done it. No, it doesn't make it wrong. That's just what's happening, right? So it wasn't wrong, or Ryan wasn't helping short side sellers by offering them shares privately. He was helping GameStop. He was helping himself as a shareholder, right? By locking in GameStop's future, basically. By getting that cash, right? Because that period of price movement was going to end whether or not, sure, we could have crushed higher by another X% while they were forced to source these shares at the market. But at a certain point, that does end, and all these new shirts still pile in, and we go lower than we were before. Classic seller boxing. So it is in our best interest to either A, be offering those warrants to them at those periods where the price is increased, right? Say we're hit 35, selling your warrants is fine, right? Take the money, absolutely, right? But you're also entitled to exercise that yourself. Right? Because I know a lot of people were like, oh, Ryan, how are you doing this? You diluted us again. Oh, no. But it really saved the company and therefore your investment. And now we've gone above that. So A, you can still do that, which is great. But B, you can say, no, what, you're not diluting me. Those are my shares, which is great too. That's even better, right? So I think there's not really a wrong decision with the warrants, right? Personally, I would sell the dividend is a classic trading knowledge, right? As soon as you get the dividend, you unload it, right? Which would have been also relevant here if you look back, but hindsight, of course. But B, if you hold that and get it in the money, I think it's okay to sell it to them. They need it. Right? There's a reason it'll have a premium to it because they need it. But you're entitled to it as well, right? Just know that if you don't take it, you're technically incurring a negative 10% hit. But you're paying for that 10%, of course. So I get how people were upset with being diluted. But at the same time, it was those moves that secured our future and the price would have crushed whether or not we diluted the stock or not, right? So that same knowledge is going to, for me, apply to the warrants as the bonds did, right? Because that money is going to GameStop, which is strengthening, our future outlooks, right? It's paid for by the short side, right? You didn't pay for those warrants, but you get to sell them, right? And then if you wanted just to maintain and not provide any short side liquidity, well, exercise them, right? That's okay. That's, your right as well, which is really, really cool. You used to have to go to the market and buy your shares to maintain your percentage of ownership, which was cool too, because you'd get a big dip on dilution news. But now you get to do both. So you get the instrument that will, I would assume, increase in value as the price trends upward. Again, next October is still quite some time away. On that note, just like we see the price go up, mid-year and then crush back down to OPEX, so will we see, I would assume, the price do that with these warrants, because they're such a big deal, right? 10% of the float. It's a lot. So if I had to guess, if I really wanted to be an idiot here, just now you're deciding to do that? So here's October expiry, right? And then here is now, right, today. And then here, this is time progressing. And then here is the price of GameStop, right? And the warrants by extension. And I think that we do one of these, right? Where sometime in the middle of the year, not October, but not now, because obviously we're on the low, sometime in the middle, I think that's where we see the, the peak of the price. And you may want to act on those warrants if they ever do go in the money, right? Because they may not go or remain in the money as they approach expiry, right? That's not a guarantee. And of course, we're going to map all that with technical analysis. But if I had to be guessing it forward, and I would assume that's how they're going to run it. Again, could be wrong. That seems like an assumption. They exist through the creation and redemption process. Just because you're not tallying all of them at once, like you're not able to say, oh, this is a synthetic and this is a real. You're unable to distinguish between them. So they're constantly being created and redeemed, which is where we get, the FTD cycle. It's where we get, I think, along the Catters. So to say that they don't have to cover them because they don't exist is false. They're continuously having to cover them because they're ever more existing, right? But they're churning them ever more. And the churn, in theory, is becoming larger and larger, right? Like, you can't just... I don't know if you know, I don't know if you're trading or not, but it's like you're buying to open or selling to open, right? And in order to clear the obligation of that, you need to do the opposite. So you would then sell to close or buy to close, depending on, which stance you're taking, bearish or bullishly initially. To just let it rock is not going to, it still remains on books and therefore exists. And at some point will become due as an obligation. I understand it's frustrating, but... Well, they talk about it because they've been selling calls into it. And that they're so excited that they've, made a whole bunch of money selling contracts again into what is basically a price pin, on a monthly. I don't track OPEX like I used to. Market Watch does have a good calendar, though. So what's October look like? It's the exact same. What do you think our earnings date is? Is it May or March? It's March, right? Yeah. It's got to be like, what, March 16th or something? It should be April 20th is when we should have our earnings, let's be honest. Truly. We better delay it. Oh, I don't know if Kitty's got any warrants. That's another assumption. I don't know if Kitty's even in the trade anymore, Howie. Oh. I'd expect a little bit more price movement if he was. I do not think he has any holdings. Therefore, 0 warrants. Does it mean he's going to end this whole thing with no holdings and no warrants? Well, no, it doesn't imply that. That would be another assumption that I'm not willing to make. I don't really care for assumptions. They send you in the wrong direction. We have 0 proof that Kitty remains in the trade. Not one. If anything, I have proof that he's not in the trade via the price suppression we're seeing. If he had loaded the chain, we'd be squeezing, baby. Right? So I would say no Kitty in sight. Whether that remains, who am I to say? I don't know. Could come back. I bet he watches it. And I bet if he's seen the opportunity, he'd pounce. Meow. But he's obviously probably waiting for that opportunity, right? If I'm not recommending to buy, Kitty is definitely not buying, right? I'll probably recommend to buy a whole bunch of times where he's like, no, not yet, not yet. He's a smart guy, right? He's not going to make the wrong move, I don't think. He's not gone that far by doing that. And he acts... with size, which is super admirable. I don't act with that much size. I don't have the confidence yet. I'm just a wee little gaffer still. One day, though, I hope to continue to build my knowledge base here and apply it accordingly and, curate some of that confidence. What a tumble down. Woo! Who killed Jimmy? Murdered my boy. Yeah, I think people use that narrative against retail lots. The assumptions to push their bias. We do know someone who has warrants, though, if we wanted to talk about that. My friend Ryan has a bunch of warrants, right? There are some implications on that. Of course, exercising the warrants doesn't entail that a share needs to be sourced from the market because it's newly minted from GameStop. So if anything, again, these assumptions lead to misconceptions, right? Because someone's expecting, oh, the exercise of these warrants is going to result in price improvement, right? Is that not what I'm reading here? But in reality, when the warrants are exercised is when the dilution is happening and your stock, in theory, should go down by 10%. Right? That's the reality of it. So it's important not to assign a bullish, signal off of an assumption, which could inherently be bearish due to misunderstanding, which is common. I get it. There's so much niche knowledge, right? Like, this, I'm getting it wrong all the time. Don't kid me. Which is why I hate everything, right? Every idea everyone shares is wrong, even your own. But, through time, you can curate some understanding, right? Which isn't good. I mean, we had this in the Discord this morning. Sub 3, LOL. Yeah. 13 days ago. Scroll up. I'm almost positive we stay below until late January. And if you're not going to make it above resistance, you're going to trend to support, which is $20. So, nothing we didn't see coming, right? And then, looking for the reversal, right? Which we did briefly get, but that time has passed, right? So we continue to come back now, but we're going to get another reversal signal here eventually, whether it's that double bottom at 21, or we go down to 20, right? Because, there's clear support here too. I don't know if I can draw on this, which is crazy. Like, why can't I click the draw button? Oh, select tool. See, look at us go now. Wow, they're never going to stop me. Could I just get like a horizontal line? Yeah. Right? Because I see some clear support here too. We can move it down. Whether you do the candle or the wick, some people want to do that first candle. Other people do that bottom wick. It's whatever. But I think, we could probably try to aim for that 21 double bottom to remain bullish. If not, that 20, and it's, it's like $1 difference. Who cares? Can I delete that? How does that work? It's not the delete button. Well, it's here now. We'll leave it here. And can we make that green in any way? I'm out of my league, dude. Did we get rid of it? No, it remains. Delete. Ah. Again, typically I do all my charting in TradingView. So we basically want to see this big green area form in the next week into OPEX 2 weeks, and then we're going to hunt a reversal signal as we kind of can curve out of it, and maybe we'll get another nice rally, and then who can say where the rally ends, right? We'll just try to hold on and scale out, protect ourselves as we go. Probably looking at something like this when it starts, buying at the money, selling out of the money. But again, we first need to pair this with a reversal signal, which could take a little bit of time. Right? We're not in a rush. We'd rather wait and get a nice entry that stays green, right? And, gives us lots of gains rather than, an entry that's early because we're all too giddy and then it turns red and then we got, should I average down or not my style. Interesting. Is it? 2027? Literally nothing. Which, that's good. I mean, I hope everybody's just out enjoying the holidays, right? Merry Christmas. And again, what's that? 21 support I expect, but if, that blows out, then we have absolute long-term support at 20, which, coincides with our call. The one thing is the original call chain. I don't think a lot of people are still realizing how many calls remain in the money, even at 20. Shout outs to these people who bought 15s. Those are the real heroes. The 20s too, though. One thing, admittedly, I do need to get better is interpreting the put side of the chain. Right, I'm very good with the support resistance call-wise, but I don't necessarily comprehend fluently, and I think I could. I just have to apply myself the put side of it. I just that doesn't exist, So a lot of those long-term calls at 20 on the old chain have the warrant deliverability attached to it, which, again, once those come due, could be something. Could be a little bit of gas to the fire. Not the end thing at all. I'm never preaching that, but when we're hunting entry models and reversal signals, right? It's really good if it can align with some form of catalyst or volume. Well, I mean, it's well-founded. I'm bearish today, too. I'm going to make some more bearish posts after a quick snack. I'll be right back. But it's okay. We're bearish to a point, right? And I'm going to be bearish and I'm going to be bullish. And, it's just, you got to be with the times. Obviously, I'm still bullish overall. Long-term, absolutely. But in the short term, let them take it down, right? I want cheap entries. I want really cheap options so I can buy a whole bunch of them, right? The more contracts I can get, the better, right? I'd rather buy 20s at 20, then 20's at 22. Okay, be right back. Then we're going to do some bearish posts. Make sure people are bullish enough. We can make good money in the short term as well, though, right? Which is nice for GameStop. Specifically because we're already all invested long term. Right? May as well take advantage of that conviction. Excuse me. What else can we talk about today? There's not much going on. It's holidays, right? So literally nothing new, which is fine. Maybe this is a good point to go short on the SPY. Anyone want to do some SPY puts? Some SPY puts? Anyone? Right. Let's do charts. SPY. Let's go short with a put. And we can watch, oh, by golly, 687. These are nice, cheap lottos. $13 each. You guys want to gamble? I got you a gamble. Don't tell anyone this is a GameStop stream. This looks like localized rejections. These are going to be as cheap as they get all day. So let's track that because we got nothing else to do, right? Yeah, even though long term, it's still good to be aware of the comings and goings of your price movement, if you will, right? Specifically, if you're looking to educate yourself on that. If you're not, you're not. That's fine. Just check in here and there, right? I'm quite obsessive though, right? I gotta know everything. Specifically with options, I've been obsessed with options now for quite a while. And I just think it's fantastic how you can buy something for $10 and sell it a couple hours later for, I don't know, 100, 200, 120. We'll see though. It could also expire worthless if the SPY rips up to end the day. But looking at the price movement, that's, I don't know, seems pretty high. It's far from where it should be, I feel like. Right, see, we're kind of getting to that peak level with CCI. Maybe not as high as I wanted it to be. This isn't really good for like an intraday thing. This is more long term. Perfect. Can you explain what you're saying on the chart? Makes it good to go short on SPY. Well, maybe invalidated here, but it's just the buy side liquidity, right? There's a upper wick rejection 1, 2, 3 times, grabbing liquidity, and then if we blast through this, if this bullish breaker block breaks down, if this order block invalidates, like there's some bullish things supporting us, but look how far we are from VWAP, right? We're so far away from VWAP, which is it's just where the stock belongs always, or the ticker, whatever it happens to be. So I've got a bearish signal here, right? This is showing that it's topping out. So it's a really good risk reward to go short here, right? So we're able to get some really cheap contracts, which typically are very expensive. These are 40-cent contracts we're getting for 10 cents because we're getting it right at the top, right? So now as the market retraces, as it should, nothing runs forever. So why is this, right? Does it mean that it is certain? Nope, but they're so cheap. The risk reward is so good. And the reason they're so cheap is because the market's been running in, direct contrast to these specific contracts. We'll see, though. I mean, we still got 2 hours left. I'm targeting the 200. I'm targeting VWAP with these. But, of course, if this buy side invalidates, then whatever. But I think that these are pretty good. But again, they're lottos, right? You buy, maybe 5 of them. They're cheap. Well, the theta's already been eaten away. Theta's in the last day, There's no theta there anymore. Very little. And I'm not targeting tomorrow. I'm targeting this afternoon. I'm saying that this is immediately going to retrace in 10 minutes, in 20 minutes. So I don't need to target tomorrow, right? I don't want to pay for theta when I'm not using it. Like this technically is bullish, the order block market structure shift off of the breaker block. But it's just been too hot today, right? And technically, this has been invalidated now. So you could close these out and I've only lost, $4 of your 50. Right? Very minuscule because the potential gains were turning, your 50 into 500, right? So who cares about a $4 loss? The risk reward, right, is what we're talking about. Right? Like you're picking something up that's absolutely worthless. There's very little left to bleed out of this stone. But the potential upside to it is far high in comparison, right? Like, we're looking at losing 10 cents per contract, right? The entirety of its value, potentially. Worst case scenario, obviously, I would manage that even at this little amount. But the upside in comparison is, we're not aiming for, 0.2. We're aiming for a little bit more of a move. However, this all hinges on the market crumbling into close, which is not a guarantee, but something that, again, I always have an end of day VWAP bias, right? Just like people are using max pain on their specific stock, like, oh, where's this going to end on Friday? That's how I use VWAP on a day-to-day bias. If we were below VWAP, I would be bullish, right? Be like, okay, we're going to rip up into close to try to get to that mark. Whether we get there or not, who knows? But, we should, in theory, at some point, I might be a little early on it, an hour and 45 minutes, we should pull back. I imagine we end the day 687-ish. Whether or not we can get these to print, that's going to be another thing entirely. Lots of times I'll take boredom plays, nice cheap lottos. They're mostly for the gram, right? Because when they do pay off, it's hundreds of percent. I'll be right back. But it doesn't mean that you can size in, right? Like even though it goes to hundreds of percent, it's like a $50 bet. So like, ooh, I made $200. It's just like not really impressive. But at the same time, it's keeps the boredom at bay for myself. All right, just sitting down with lunch. If you have any questions, it's a great time to field those. I'm just going to fill my face privately, though. I'm a bit of a monster. All right, so I mean, it's clear that this invalidated, right? And you'll notice that you're still able to just capture most of your contract back. No problem. So even when you take a lotto option, doesn't mean you hold it to death. You still have to play the technicals. And if, this sets up again, maybe we'll reassess and take it again. But there's no need to, burn your $45 out of $50 down to $0, right? Like take your 45 back and, you'll buy another lotto ticket later if you get an entry model, right? Watch it crash right now. Classic. I had some tomato soup for lunch. It was great. Good time to buy GameStop? Probably. Specifically as that risk reward gets closer, right? This is really, really good. What would your stop loss be? And why? Stop losses are for the movement downwards. So I don't know how you'd miss out on an upward move with a downward stop. Sell limit you could, I guess, if you sold all your shares too soon. Stops don't trigger in pre and post market, FYI. Stops are only for trading hours. There you go. Yeah, typically, it depends on how you've sized it and your own risk reward, right? That's a decision you'll need to make on your own. Stops are very personal, right? They're not, generalized like a resistance level or support level, right? I think the best thing a person could do is set a volume alert, some PR alerts. So if a new SEC filing drops or something, you pop up with that push notification in your face. And if you're, you got that volume alert and you got a PR alert, then all one needs to do is go enjoy their life. I mean, you have to watch the stream every single day so you don't miss out on what happens. Because it'll happen and you'll miss out if you leave. You gotta be here. You gotta hit the like, or the stock won't squeeze. All right. You don't join the Discord. But yeah, it's sure, unexpected things can happen, but if you set alerts for those things and you check in on your technical analysis, maybe just bi-weekly, you get a pretty good sense of things. So you don't, just because you can't set a stop doesn't mean you can't have a stop, right? So all can be done mentally, right? You don't have to have the rules be enforced by the computer. You could have those rules be enforced by your brain, right? So if the stock goes below that, you're the one who hits the sell. You don't need the computer to auto execute your order, right? Typically, my stops are all mental, but I do a lot of pre and post market trading. And I'm very strict with my stops. I respect them. Right? Like I'm never, oh, I'll move my stop down a bit. And, you know, well, that is what it is. It's like, you know, I had a trading plan to begin with, and it's important that I stick to it. $3.12 million volume. Whew. I still like the straddle while we wait for our next entry. That's going to be today's whole thing. I'm just going to do brief TA and options guidance for people. How can we train to respect? Respect what? Oh, in your mind. I guess paper trade. Take smaller size. Just act, do the things that you say you're going to do in life. Master your emotions. I don't know. Take a course in meditation or something. That's its whole other thing. That's like, I'm not a psychologist. I don't know. You can, lead a horse to water, right? But to make it drink, what am I, a horse whisperer? Which I find if you can actually just show the horse how to drink, then it will typically drink for itself. Therefore, you've taught it how to drink through demonstration. Right? Then it follows by example. Then you got yourself a healthy horse. And what do we have with this? What's going on here with this so-called indicator? We learned about the CCI, but what is going on here? Because again, I don't really use this chart. Where could we figure that out? Info? No. Crosshair. Studies. That is, it's a 1 month, 6 month trend. So 1 month on top, 6 month on the lower, I guess. Both flashing red on the 1 month and 6 month. Uh-oh, last time that happened. Because it's not like this swings back and forth really quickly, right? This is like chunks of red. Well, did here. That was around earnings, though. That big old green swing. Red, nice little green. Red, nice little green. Kind of maybe some false signals here. And I guess that is represented here between 1 month and 6 month as well, being red. Which were previously neutral, I thought. But with today's price action, I guess that cements it. We should get this chart up set like our kitty chart is what we should do. So we can have Kitty's chart here and then our own charts here. And then I don't have to switch through them this way, which is fine. That 1 day. Only 1 day PMO, Batman. Yeah, so we're chilling. We are chilling. RSI getting down there, right? Getting down to Boogie Town. One day it still seems fairly elevated, though. We can't really have that downtrend, I don't think, anymore. We can keep the upwards one. Well, this is the downtrend, I should say. Yeah. We'll watch this, for an opportunity alongside the CCI here, but it's going to first appear on the EMAs on the 15-minute, right? It's the first place we're going to see it. So we'll just hang out. We'll just farm the IV and wait. What is Kitty chart exactly? It's his indicators from the Rory Kittinger profile. Oh, located here. I do not. It's a weird way to spell GME. So a lot of people using this for themselves, right? So we have all these indicators mimicked for ourselves, which is pretty nice on our trading view, so we can kind of zoom and interact with it a little bit better and visit different time frames, etc. But they're all the same indicators there. I had way too many coffees way too early. I'm crashing. It's only 12:30. Which is okay. About an hour and a half left in stream. We'll dedicate half an hour of that to a wrap up, which really only takes about 15 minutes. I think I don't have much to say today. Nor does Super Stonk. Mostly just want to wish everyone a happy holidays. Take care of each other. Yeah, Citadel made the max withdrawal a couple years ago, right? Getting ahead of everything. Ooh, okay. What's happening here? We're losing the 21. Can we lose the 50? And are we eyeing these contracts again? Let's see if we can, have this end of day sell off take place like we were hoping for. Market structure shift setting. All right, Ethan. Yeah, GameStop trades all around. That's why we do our best to give people fairly accurate technical analysis, price prediction, if you will, and not only that, but teach them how to capitalize off of that, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, pretty basic indicators, right? Not too complex, right? We like to use the PMO. Obviously, the market comparison to the SPY depends on where you're starting that pattern, right? It's generalized. So I like to do the, bottom trend, which is, probably right where it should be. GameStop is appropriately valued. MACD, you get our average on that, and obviously decreasing, right? You see our histogram there. And then there's the top section of charts. Volume, not there, doesn't exist. RSI, declining. And then our price with our simple moving averages. Now, these are different than exponential. They move a little bit slower. My exponentials move a little bit faster than this. And we've got, dare I say, a longer-term bullish reversal, right? You want to be bullish on GameStop. There it is. It's the blue crossing over the red. Ay, ay, ay. But can the blue cross the green? Ay, ay, ay. That's going to be the big one, right? When the stock is trending upwards, you want them to look like this, where the green one's on the bottom, then the red one, then the blue one, right? This is your correct order of things. So I got some work to do, right? A little bit of work to do, but potentially starting, right? Getting that reversal is significant, and obviously the price needs to get back above that level for it to hold. We'll see. And yeah, we have this all done for people as well if they need the link on that, because it's shared publicly. But that website is also just there if they don't want to use TradingView. I like TradingView because I can, change time frame, scroll in and out, and do all that. Simple MAs. It's either simple or exponential. So they're not simple exponential. They're just simple moving averages or exponential moving averages. Simple moving averages track slower than exponential. And it just is the rate of change that it measures. It's just a different way to calculate it, but there is a difference. I like exponential because they move faster, right? More on the pulse. Other people like it simplified, I guess. I don't know the different equations. To my charts, maybe. Definitely in a YouTube video at some point. But yeah, to my charts they are for sure. All right, let's see if this can maybe print some coinage. They're still worth absolutely nothing. The same price they were when we sold them, but now, we've got more conviction to enter the trade again, right? 9 cents. Literally worthless contracts. Let's see if this can kind of continue. It could be a false signal here, right? There's, still 6 seconds on the bar. And then we want that whole next bar to remain below the market structure shift and preferably break lower than the last, right? But if this is a rebound bar, that's, not necessarily what we want to see, but they'll give us something to do into the end of the day. Wrap up. Because there's not really, I don't think, anything to cover. Just your boy making sick option plays for the community where everybody else is gone. while teaching you how to degenerately play this spy. I'm so sorry. So this is that rebound bar that is probably not super good, but let's hold on. It's still got 7 seconds left, and it could sell itself down to close out like we're seeing. Not bad. RAS, and then opening below the 50, and then hopefully closing below it as well. And you just take it minute by minute, right? There's never any rush. And then it's when that 50 does have that confirmed breakdown where the candle is opening and closing below it. So there's going to be like a gap between the 50 and the candle, like a dead space. Like these are all touching and overlapping. Just like this has a gap below it, right? Below the candle and the EMAs. We want to see a confirmed breakdown, which means there's going to be, a little bit of a space there to the upside of the candle below the EMA, right? And you do that with all entries, right? Wait for the candle to close, right? Always wait for confirmation. That's a good example of that, where it looked like it was going to break down, but you have to wait for the candle to close. So just because it opened low doesn't mean it's going to stay low, right? But if eventually, see how there's a space here? We want that space above the candle, below the EMA, like it is here, right? See how this 21 EMA is here, and we've got this dead space above the candle? That's what we want for the darker blue line, or the 50. At which point, you can say, I've lost the 50 exponential moving average, and then you can target this order block, right? You can try to invalidate the breaker block as well, that I'm not super certain it'll even provide much resistance, but this certainly will. And then, if you can break through that, then, maybe there's the 200, at which point these contracts should maybe be printing, but of course, that all first needs to start with your initial bearish reversal signal, which is looking like it wants to set, but the price has to lose the 50, and then because of these being lagging indicators, then our EMAs will reverse. So if we can lose the 50, then the 21 will cross below the 50, which is a typical like bearish entry model, if you will. And then you'd want to pair that with losing a key level, which in this case would be that order block. That's 687.50. No dice though. Could still set, but again, that's why you want to wait for that confirmation, right? Now we're talking about, because if you don't, then this is no longer like this is support, right? Unless it breaks down. So you don't want to enter that until the support does break down. Otherwise, you're literally just entering at the exact wrong time if there was one. Just like the buy-side liquidity earlier, right? Like there's a lot of shorts here, right? So this is a good area to go short. But if that invalidates, then it's going to start acting instead of resistance as support, right? We see that here. We see that here, right? Respecting that previous resistance level now as support. And that's just the way of things. So that's why, you never want to be going short at support. You want to be going short at resistance, right? You want to be going long at support. But if it breaks, then you can reverse, right? So if your support breaks, then you're going short. If your resistance breaks, then you're going long. It's crazy how strong the market has been all day. Really, really impressive. Honestly. Showing a definite top out, though. I think this could potentially be a top. Specifically, if it forms. It could, though. It's been so strong all day. I just, at some point, it's got to not be strong all day. And TikTok, right? Like, there's an hour and 15 minutes left and a long way to view up. That's maybe a long, quick retracement. GameStop continuing to trend sideways. I bet we get a Christmas tweet from Ryan. I bet you could buy weeklies under the assumption you get a Christmas tweet from Ryan. I think as it denotes attitude, you use the E, even though classically spelled incorrectly. Oh, he definitely gives a tweet. Maybe a Ryan Gregg combo. Look at that. Respecting. Uh-oh. That doesn't look too healthy. Let's see if we can break the 200 this time. Sorry, 50, not 200. My God, I'm tired. Ugh. Nope. It's just such strong support. So we're looking at weeklies. Some 22s. I bet Santa Ryan delivers a couple presents for the children of the world. We're on the nice list. We're not on the naughty list. Of course we're going to get some presents for Christmas. That just makes sense. And either way, you either get price improvement and you're like, oh, yeah, my present. Or you get a dip and you're like, oh, yeah, my present. You just can't beat a GameStop holder. So we have another localized buy-side liquidity forming here off the indecisions of these candles. This would be the spot to potentially retarget a retracement into the end of the day, right? And this buy side has a lot of shorts kind of taking hold in this area, right? Those shorts have stop losses above it, and there's maybe new buy orders above it. Jesus. So if you invalidate it, probably an explosive move upwards because you're obviously clearing out all these short orders. But at the same time, new shorts see this, right? Okay, this is an area of rejection. We could target this, right? So typically, you're going to see rejections out of the zone, right? But on the chance that you do invalidate it, and sometimes that happens, then you'll see displacements above it pretty aggressively as well, right? Ooh, sorry, that was a little loud. It was important that you heard that. You guys are always complaining about the volume. YouTube must have thought it was an important bit of information I was sharing. I'll move it back a bit. My bad. Ryan's going to give coal to all the day traders? Yeah. I don't know about that. I think day traders drive volume, which is good for GameStop. The market is so impressive today. I'm actually not sure the last time I seen the market be this overtly bullish while GameStop just retrace. Typically not something you see. Automatic Darvis boxes? Ooh. That's actually pretty cool. As a morning trader, sometimes I'll use that, but I just draw them out manually. I used to use parabolic stop and reverse for some time as well. The super trend. Volume profile I used to use quite a bit as well. Before I simplified everything, I really used the volume profile and parabolic stop and reverse. But I found that we're just almost representing the same thing multiple ways, and then it's just, it's muddied. It's a little confusing. There's too many things going on. Like, you don't really need to run a volume profile with VWAP, right? Like, they're basically just representing the same thing. One just with a little bit more visual data, and the other just does it all and represents it in one single easy to read line, rather than having a whole, histogram of volume bars at different prices, right? That downtrend has obviously been invalidated. If anything, it's a double top at this point. Crazy. Just getting walked up. Yesterday was the same thing. And the day before. So strong. Like weeks worth of down in 2 days. That's aggressive. So invalidating this is going to be stops here for shorts and new longs. So you should get, a nice movement upwards out of it. Dang. There's that volume, right? There's that, the shorts backing out of their position. That big volume coming in after invalidation. Now that they've capitulated, you can walk it down, but probably not. Really impressive. Typically, when you run so strong throughout the day, you close off weak. Which we could still do. There's almost an hour left, right? So. No, I'll probably just like repositioning, right? So post invalidation is going to go from resistance to support. So you can still retrace into it, but it probably bounce out of it to the upside. So we're going to take tomorrow off and maybe the next day as well for Christmas. And then Friday, I have a Magic tournament to do. So we'll be busy there as well. But Monday, we're back while we wait for the New Year's. And we'll make sure we've got everybody set up with some plays. Probably just managing the ones we're already in, but maybe that reversal signal sets, right? And then we can start to enter long again. Oh, I might need a nap today. Oh my God. Those coffees are coming back to bite me. Dang. I literally can't keep my eyes open. I might need a fourth coffee. I think I'm going to do it. I still have to record magic videos today. Oh my God. Any questions before we start our recap? We could start drawing on our chart. We'll just do like art time maybe. I'll be back. I'm going to grab a quick snack. All right, I'm back. But I'm going to destroy these cookies also privately. If you've seen, you'd unsubscribe, you'd be like, man, this man's a monster. Way too many weirdos. Maybe we finally lose that 50. Been really strong support all day. Only really attempting to lose it once we reclaimed it. And even that was just like a quick false grab. I stand by an end of day pullback. Maybe we were just in a little early on it. Probably want to swing these out a bit. Just because you can't confirm that we hit VWAP. Even to get close should be good. All right. If we lose this, I like it. End of day puts. Targeting, what are these? 688s? But you got to lose that 50. Well, no, I mean, support is support until it's not. And it has been showing just so much strength that one would expect a slight retracement. I think you could enter here at 0.3. Definitely wait for the 50 to lose it. But I think it should be right here if it happens. It'll go. Let it cook. I refuse to concede that we end the day bullish. On GameStop, sure. On the broader market, no way. Again, I only ever do this with profits from my day. So we're trading small caps in the morning, right? And I may risk 10% of my profits on, just daily bullshit here. As, one should never be playing a high risk play without it being, house money, so to say. And only a percentage of that, right? Locking up that 90% just for myself. But sometimes, it's cool if you can magnify some of your profits, right? And this is definitely how you do it. Just like, I think we explained this already, where you're targeting max pain end of week with weeklies. So too, can you just target VWAP daily on the SPY? I was certain that we were going to lose the 50. But it just goes to show you why you really want to wait for that confirmation, right? Because we've been looking for this play literally since here, right? Couldn't get it. Hunting it. Can't get it. Can't get it. Can't get it. Maybe we don't get it. 40 minutes. We'll get it as soon as I start my GameStop recap for the day. Hello. I'm just being boring. There's nothing really to do. Everybody's gone for Christmas. I gave out some GameStop lottos. People want to go long into the end of the week. They could buy 22s. Just in case Ryan and Greg do a tweet. Broader market, I'm trying to short it into close, but it's not really giving me an entry model. Same old though. Not really doing much until post OPEX. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we've been saying that for weeks now that we'd hit, that 700 for Christmas, or try to. And this is doggone pretty close. I've literally been saying 700 for Christmas since summer. People laughed at me when we did the tariff crash. I said that, and they're like, yeah, that's not a thing. I was like, well, we'll see. Here we are. People underestimate how much you can accomplish through time and overestimate how much you can accomplish in the moment. Because reality in the moment, you can do very little. But through some time and compounding that, whoo-wee, you get a lot done. All right, do it, do it, do it, do it. This is everything we've ever wanted. Losing the 50. 25 seconds left in the bar. Can it stay lost? You could definitely be taking entries here in because that's like a volumetric bar. This is big. So it's not coming back. There's no need to wait for it to close. You could take entries anywhere here. 0.3 to 0.33. Even these 0.4 right there. Right, here's the close of the bar. Maybe you get in on the retracement, look for a 50% fib on the bar. Look for a fair value gap activation. Maybe a CE of that fair value gap and a rejection of that 50. Support will become resistance. And then, you know, try to have this setup hold into end of day, which it does have time. We've been hunting for it. We've been waiting for it. Let's see if we can make something of it. So this bar is just forming that fair value gap, right? And now the next bar, we want to retrace into it, activate it at the CE while rejecting our 50. Of course, it doesn't have to activate, but a lot of traders will be looking to go short within that gap. All right, gap activated. There's the CE tapped of the gap. Lots of people entering short there. Stop loss above the gap. It's going to look something like this. I hate that magnet. Sorry, went the wrong way. Right? So they're entering at the CE of the gap, that 50% mark. We can maybe move down a bit. I hate this magnet. There. It's a little bit better drawn. And the stop loss is above it. This is a long, not a short, though. Shoot, I drew this wrong. Short position. Yeah. And then people are going to maybe aim, 2 to 1 on that. Potentially get a 5 to 1 trade. Ooh, wee, right? Sometimes I like to scale it out so you can see the different layers as they trigger. Of course, they can invalidate at any time. But that's the setup. Oof, solid exit here. Right, specifically if this candle closed above that line. Sometimes you want to wait for the bar to close. I get that. But I would definitely be on high alert getting my order ready. Right, and then you can just respect your level. I mean, percentage-wise, it was not terrible. You know, callouts at 0.33, went to 0.36. That's like 10%. A little bit under. Not great, though. Really, really bad. But, you know, you're cutting it basically 10% as well, right? So, bit of a paper cut. And maybe a good example as to why we wait for that bar to close, right? Or else it's just volatility bar. We really like for that candle to open and close either above or below our specific level for confirmation. Otherwise, you really do get false signals pretty easily. But that's, you know, something that you can't always handle, right? Sometimes you need to be more responsible, and other times you can afford to kind of wait, right? A lotto play requires less risk management, but still something that you should practice. Right, and now that fair value gap is invalidated off that candle too, right? So it's not great. But again, you know, losing the 50 is still what's important here, right? And this is obviously a failed reclaim of that as we break down again, which is leading to a bearish signal on those EMAs. But it just eats it right up. The market is way too strong. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's an aggressive bar. We did have that fake out loss earlier a little bit down here, but we immediately reclaimed it, right? So that's what we want to avoid. Right, so we want to make sure that we don't reclaim the 21 and then re-lose the 50. So this bar is going to, and the next few bars are going to really dictate that. The moment I start to record this video, I guarantee you we dump. But I think you could just call that, right? Take your paper cut loss again. The theory's there. You know, it's something that you can try to repeat almost every single day. If you're above VWAP, you know, if you're above your 200 like we are, like drastically so, you try to trigger a retracement end of day, right, into these levels. We did it on Friday really successfully. You just like if you're below VWAP near the end of the day, you can try to, you know, get that retracement back to it, because this is really where you belong end of day. I'm going to give this 2 more minutes, maybe 3 more minutes, and then we'll start the end of day wrap up for GameStop, which does kind of look like it's coming back there a little bit, which isn't bad. I physically need to be right about the SPY this afternoon, or I won't be able to sleep. This looks pretty order blocky if it breaks down. Right, these 2 candles back to back like that. That's looking very order blocky. Like if we break down from here, I'm almost certain that this is a bearish order block forming in real time. And that's something that you'll get to know as you become more familiar. We'll have to wait and see though. I think it would come as we blow out this low. It would confirm it. But if we don't, then it's maybe not. We'll give up on it if we do have that bar open and close above the stop loss there, the red line here. Right, we want to see a candle start above. Well, we don't want to see it, but that's what's really going to signify us leaving this trade. Have a good night, Tolly. I thought you were on vacation. Stay up for a little bit. I'll come on and we'll play some Magic. This guy is so old. He goes to bed like... What time is it? Yeah, we're almost done the watch party. In about 10 seconds, I think I'm done this watch party. Yeah, fairly certain this is it. Yeah, another fake breakdown. The market's way too strong. Getting burnt here. Well, I mean, technically it was a green trade. You know, we did get our 1-to-1 immediately, which is good. Failing at that... Oh, did we get 2-to-1? No, we did not get our 2-to-1 fill. The theory's there, though, right? Like, you break down, lose a key level, retrace back into your fair value gap. Typically, you would reject out of that, right? And, you know, then we have that coupled with our end-of-day overvaluation bias, I guess, where we'd like to retrace back to something that's a little bit more fair value. But the market doesn't really want to do it on my time frame. I got a video to record. Right, just as soon as I mentioned getting ready to record, it's like, okay, finally we can dump end of day. Oh, you got to be awake tomorrow. Okay. Maya, say goodnight to Tolly. All right, you've had your good night meows. Have a good night, dude. And that's why I like to scale out always at my 1-to-1, right? Just protect the position because you never know when it turns against you, right? And if you never sell or protect yourself, it's just it's very hard to compound if you're only relying on those big winners. Okay, I'm gonna do my video, but we're gonna come back and check on this, right? Let me get rid of these. Just as an example, how I mark my scale outs based on my entry and risk reward, just so you see how to do that visually. Because I want to zoom out here and talk about this in my video. So do not want to distract. And then we're going to talk about GameStop. We're going to talk about the options chain. Let's get this over here. Okay. I guess we don't really need that. $22 is your new resistance. LOL. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very Merry Christmas to you all. Thank you for taking the time to stop by, talk about GameStop here with me today. Well, actually, let me get rid of this. Cut. We don't want that on the screen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for taking the time to stop by and chat about GameStop here with me today. A bit of a downer. I get it. We are not doing too well for ourselves. Another 2% down the drain. I think what was yesterday, 3.5 or something. So really giving back a lot of that. Now I know a lot of pain for you all, but if you were following the channel, you would have been able to sell some contracts in the last week, 2 weeks, and you should be doing really nicely on those positions. This is a holiday week as well. So tomorrow, no trading. Tomorrow half day, and then the next day, no trading, right? I think that's how it's going. Is that how it's going? Take 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and thank you all so much for taking the time to stop by and chat about GameStop here with me today. We are down just a little under 2% on the day as we rebound this afternoon. We're coming into our last few minutes of trading. A little bit of pain felt throughout the community, but not really in ours, because we got everybody set up with an appropriate contract to sell while we wait for that January OPEX to come and go. Now, we do have a lot of support here at 20, and then, massive resistance at 25, and, what would now appear to be new resistance at 22 as we lose that support. But again, we can quickly regain that. And on that note, in the Discord, giving, options advice to everybody for free, recommending a little bit of a lotto here this afternoon. Now, by the time you see this, it's probably too late. But if you're in the Discord, if you're on the live stream, you would have seen them. Some Christmas lotto calls. Now, don't oversize on them. They are very cheap. $6 each, right? So you can get a couple of them, but not too many, right? And then maybe Ryan tweets something provocative for Christmas. Maybe it's a Ryan Greg combo, and then when the market opens up Friday, boom, we're at 23. Boom, we're at 23.50. Who knows? 22.50 would be fine as well, I guess. But just a small little lotto for Christmas. A very low percentage chance to pay out, but it has the potential. Just because it's the holiday and this is a meme stock, which is driven a lot by social media posts. And, there's a good chance that we do get some of that throughout the holidays here. So, quick little play for y'all. If you're in the Discord, you would have seen that. We're also talking today about our bearish trend, right? So, as terrible as that is, right, it's not that bad, because I want to first take note of the support, right? That's only 6% below us at 1993. And the resistance at 26.53 is 25% above us, right? So you can see the skew in risk to reward here, and how we do trend closer to that $20 mark. It becomes far more favorable, and we can start to really look at some longer term plays, maybe begin dollar cost averaging in those commons as well as some potential leaps, right? Until then, we're just selling the straddles at the money straddles, just farming what we can while we wait for that OPEX to come and go. Once the open interest is off the chain, I think we'll finally see some price discovery in our favor. Of course, as we look forward into the next year, we have the warrants, right? Now, I would assume we will see some price improvements mid-cycle. Now, I'm not entirely certain that the warrants will expire in the money, but I'm fairly certain that between now and then they will go in the money, right? So just looking forward to all of that in the new year, as we're kind of getting to year's end here, as it is the holiday season, right? So some continued downward pressure applied by the options chain for us, and we're not just falling victim to that, but capitalizing on that as well with some additional plays that we're recommending, again, for everyone in the Discord, on the live stream, here in the YouTube videos if you're paying attention, as well as answering any questions, right? Aside from that, PMO, we've been kind of on that for a while, watching the 4 hour, getting pretty nervous about it as these lines converge on each other, saying, oh no, if this reverses, we're cooked, and then the 1 day is going to cook as well, and now that 1 day is about to cook tomorrow, which is pretty terrible. So if you wanted to see that here, you could on the kitty charts, which we have available. This is the 4 hour. It's reversed bearishly, and the 1 day is, just about there. So if we don't see something, we don't get a social media post from Ryan and Greg, this could set us up for maybe some continued retracement / consolidation while we wait for a bullish catalyst. Now, we do have the second part of Burry's write-up coming. Maybe there's some actionable advice for GameStop. I kind of think that he's just going to recommend a stock buyback, which is reducing the free float, which in turn would drastically increase our earnings per share, and then we would blow up expectations, assuming that they don't, take that into account. Sometimes the expected it isn't what actually comes, but other times they overestimate. So it all really comes down to the industry itself. But as far as GameStop's books goes, it would be very good. It's very bullish. Of course, we would want to see the right price for that buyback. I'm thinking, 1993, right? I'm thinking that support level, maybe $20. Maybe we had a discount to that. Who knows? And maybe the advice that Burry gives is totally unrelated to that, right? But I kind of suspect it will be along those lines. Now, GameStop is charging up here, which is really nice, and those lotto calls are already up, right? From 6 cents to 8 cents. You're rich. Merry Christmas. Congratulations, everybody. But maybe, like I said, we're going to maybe need a little bit more than that. I suspect a social media post throughout the week. And where do we go from here, right? So post-OPEX, post-straddle farming, what do we do? Well, then we're going to switch bullish, and we're going to get a vertical call, right? Where we're going to be buying a call at the money, and we're going to be selling a call at resistance, right? And then we're just probably going to roll these up until, the bearish signal sets. Or a hold and scale out potentially, right? It depends on how far we go to the expiry, if we need to reposition or not, of course. Because you don't really know. We have to take it day by day as we first wait for a 15-minute bullish reversal signal, which we're waiting for here. That's going to entail the 21 moving average over the 50 moving average, pairing that with a key level breakout, which typically is price above the 200, right? So we want the two lines to cross and then the price to be above the 200. So that's the whole setup, right? And then, confirming that on the 30-minute in case it's like false setting, if it's kind of choppy, because sometimes the liquidity on GameStop's pretty bad, so you do get false signals and need to use a longer time frame. But once that sets on the 15-minute, on the 30-minute, then we can start to target these verticals, right? Buying at the money, selling that resistance, and making sure that we get a good fill. Right now, this is not great because this is a bullish strategy. However, we're currently bearish, right? So that's why we're waiting for that reversal signal. But this is going to be our next move. If you're interested, you want to get prepared ahead of time, because I know a lot of people, they're like, oh, I'm missing the call out, but we've been doing it for weeks. You can sell these straddles if you want still today or tomorrow. I guess the market's closed tomorrow, but this is still super duper viable as far as I'm concerned. You'll need the cash to buy your shares, and you should have a whole bunch of shares already if you have to sell that call or whatever, right, to cover it. So that's that, right? Technically speaking, there's not much going on here. We're just retracing. I would suspect that we find support. I had some levels here, I think, throughout the day. Well, this is the 15-minute. Let's go to the 4 hour. We have our first OPEX at 22 and then another one at 20, right? but potentially I think, could try to target this area for a double bottom, right? Whether you want to use the candles or the body of this candle, which I think, or the wick, sorry. I think that this is a really good area to potentially target a reversal. However, if we lose it, then we can come down to the 20, and I'm pretty certain that we A, hold this area, or B, have some form of corporate action that's going to send us just skyrocketing up in the other direction, right? So either way, a good place to start to dollar cost average in on your commons if you scaled out, earlier on the gap fill, for example. Aside from that, we are, like I said, waiting for that 15-minute reversal before we can do a bullish strategy. In the interim, we're just selling the IV, what little there is left, while we wait for OPEX to pass and the downwards pressure on chain to be alleviated, right? Okie dokie. Aside from that, super quiet, as it should be. Go enjoy the holidays, safe travels for you and your loved ones. Jump in the community Discord for the new year. It is free, where we do all of this and can answer any questions for you guys as well. So thank you so much. Have a magical day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Not tomorrow, though. Would you enter calls above high of the day? Not anymore. Well, it's A, the end of the day, and B, I'm trying to do puts, but it won't break down. Except it did. And it's going. It's doing the thing I needed it to. Super volatile. But this has the potential to break down end of day. How many minutes left? 10 minutes. Obviously, we are targeting first the 200, but ultimately closer to VWAP, somewhere in between. Just something that I like to watch at the end of the day. Fucking nope. And that's why they're lottos. I mean, it's just such a high risk play, right? Like, it might work out 1 in 6 times, right? But when it does work out, it's pretty rewarding. So typically, just offering up 10% of our gains on the day, willing to play that as lottos. If there aren't gains on the day, then there's no lottos, right? It's as simple as that. But if you have profits and you're willing to, melt some of them, this is how I like to do it. We can invalidate the sell side. It's the same as invalidating a buy side. How you see the expansion upwards, you'll get it also downwards. You can also trade your SPY contracts 15 minutes after the bell, right? Sometimes these things happen a little bit after close. I think this will get you there. Yes. Yes. So at least now you can see the theory, right? Where end of day, we're retracing back to the 200, or retracing back to VWAP. And this phenomenon on the SPY will happen whether you're above or below, but you're going to go back to, kind of that fair value area. Which if you can time it correctly, there's some pretty decent moves here. Typically, it's an at-the-money contract. Late in the day, right? You want to wait as long as possible, because you've seen, if you're here with us all day, we were looking for it here. So, where is it? Where is it? Or maybe it was here, actually. This was the first time we were looking for it. Couldn't find it here, and then we were kind of hunting for it here. Ultimately, it does come, but later, right? So, timing is a lot. So be patient and wait for that reversal signal to set. And if you entered correctly, these contracts did over 100%. Of course, if you can't clear the sell side, and just late day volatility, so crazy. That's an insane bar. This is an insane bar in return. The market's just a meme stock recently. It's so crazy. But as we, get higher, the moves are larger because the percentage, is kind of staying the same. But a 1% drop from, at 400 is, $4, but that same percent drop at 700 is $7, right? So it's really affects the contracts that are just at the money and evenly spaced more than it typically would, or has in the past. So yeah, for the rest of the week, we're basically just farming theta, right? We've got nothing really to do there. We'll wait for that Ryan tweet. We got a little lotto there as well. If that happens to go through, that's cool. Might even re-record my YouTube video after this. I feel like I didn't do a good job at it. I'm going to retry it. 4 minutes left. I'll do that now. Take 5. Sometimes I get unpleased or it's not good enough. It's the perfection mindset, right? Holy. Good on you, GameStop. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for taking the time to stop by and chat about GameStop here with me today as we retrace nearly 2%, 1.75 on the day. What an absolute travesty. Fortunately for our community, we are farming the downtrend. We have been selling straddles at the money, which I think still remains appropriately until we form a reversal signal on the 15-minute chart, potentially on the 4-hour PMO, at which point, I'm going to swing bullish and we will start to buy at the money and sell our resistance, right? So buying support, selling resistance, moving forward once we set our bullish reversal. Until then, we are just continuing to farm that implied volatility, which, there is a little bit there still, right? We're not that far past earnings, and, well, it can go lower, believe it or not. On that note, it is the holiday weekend, right? So we have a couple days of the market off. That's really good if you're selling contracts because obviously the ticker's not trading and theta is still decaying, which is pretty cool. As well as a potential lotto play, right, for everybody in the Discord. If you are not in the Discord, you can join it for free through Hello Good Game Linktree. And that will have that available. Once I have 1,000 subscribers, I can actually share links on the channel, which will make it much easier. So if you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button, and that will certainly help us do things more effectively. So maybe Ryan and Greg do a little bit of a holiday season eggnog spicy tweet, right? Maybe grandma gets hit by a reindeer. So we are going to play some weekly 22s, right? And they're very cheap. Right, $6 when we're buying them. They're up to $7 now. Already, making you buco bucks clearly. But don't oversize. You want to get 5 of them. You want to get 10 of them. That's fine. Just don't overcommit. Right, we don't want anyone losing too much money because there is probably an 84% chance, if you wanted to be precise, that these are going to expire worthless, right? But there's a 16% chance that these print. Now we're coupling that with the holiday season and a meme stock, which is driven typically by social media posts. So there's a very high percentage chance that we have some of those this week, which makes the lotto an appropriate play for those of you in the Discord. Again, you can join that for free through the Hello Good Game Linktree. On that note, we're doing all of our GameStop 101 options for beginners there. The options as a strategic investment lessons. We're going to start doing those in the new year. We've been doing our suggested plays as well, which is really good. You have any questions about anything, answering all of that. Like I said, the straddles, I really like selling those at the money currently as we wait for January OPEX to come because there's a massive support at 20 and a massive resistance at 25 and now even 22 as we've lost that. But again, we could reclaim that. That's, we'll see. We'll wait and see. So a really good opportunity to make some bank while we wait for some of this downwards pressure to be alleviated, at which point, there's probably a couple weeks where we're slowly starting to curve up past the expiration of the 16th of January. So I'm guessing, maybe early February, mid-February, we can start to see some bullish moves on GameStop. On that note, as we look into the new year, we've all got the warrants expiring in October. Ding ding, closing out the day at negative 1.61. That's fine. Retracing to VWAP at the end of the day is awesome. The warrants in October may not expire in the money, but I'm certain that some point between now and October, they'll go in the money. Excuse me. So we're going to be vigilant of that, and we're going to take advantage of the opportunity when it presents itself, whether we are exercising those ourselves, so we're not diluting our own percentage out of ownership, or, we're taking the easy way out and just providing that liquidity to the short side seller, which, again, will come into effect once, we're above 32, right? When it becomes too expensive for a short to cover a position on the open market, right? This is what this liquidity is for. It's to take money from them to give to you. Yes, boohoo, Ryan's diluted the float, but now you have the choice to not dilute yourself while still helping transfer that wealth from the short side to our corporate side of GameStop and you and myself as well, all our shareholders, right? So, it's a long process. It's going to take many more of those moves, but again, something on the radar for the year to come. We're also managing, not managing, but monitoring that massive arbitrage hedge, right? I think that was in 2027, December or something. Look at all these puts. 209,000 $5 puts. So, we got a long time for those bonds to come due, right? So we're monitoring the hedge there. We would assume if we see a lot of price improvement, it gets rebalanced. So, just staying vigilant of everything in the new year as we progress forward. That's really easy to forget about, right? Because potentially there's a forced conversion of that if we're trading 20 out of 30 days, I think above 37 or 35, something like this. So, there's some potential forced buy-ins at elevated levels that retail might not typically be super excited about providing their liquidity to, right? Which is great because you always need a buyer. And, if you run out of buyers, then the sellers take control. So, having, a long lineup of buyers at a higher price, that's pretty cool, right? But until then, it's still kind of holding this down, but we can monitor it. And when that starts to, shed away, we can kind of forecast that we'll see a movement coming forth. On that note, technically speaking, we need the 15-minute reversal, ladies and gentlemen. If we don't get it, well, we're just kind of going to hang out here. This is a potential double bottom in this zone that we are targeting, aligning with our weekly lottos, right? Not something I typically like to do, but, there's just so many things kind of layered up here that it makes it worth, I think, the couple dollars, right? On that note, when we do have that 15-minute reversal, we're going to make sure that we can pair it with a 30-minute, because sometimes the liquidity on GameStop is so bad that you get some false sets, right? The spread is a little aggressive, so you get these weird candles, but you can smooth all that out on a longer time frame. And then, we can start to really talk about buying calls at support and start selling those calls at resistance and, working our way up through the potential weeks. And, at some point throughout this process as well, there's earnings. It's like 100 days or less. Of course, we don't have the official announcement, but I think it should be less because shouldn't it just be like 90 or something? But apparently, they're telling us 98 days. Which I think it should be less than. But anyways, earnings is going to come and we're going to have a pre-earnings run up, and that's going to be really good for us to grab a bunch of longs and then start to sell that IV again. And we repeat the process. We repeat the process while we hold our core position, while we scalp around that core position for, the foreseeable future, right? I'm here forever. I don't know about yourself, but, I think we could make the most of it, right? So if you want to do that together, again, the community Discord remains open for everybody. We're talking about in not only today, but even you see in other videos, right? That 4 hour, we're like, oh my God, these lines are converging. The 4 hour is going to reverse, and that's going to dominate the 1 day. Well, it happened. Then GameStop sold off, and now the 1 day is about to reverse. So I know everybody was super excited about the 1 day reversing bullishly, but everybody here knew that it wasn't enough because the 4 day wasn't supporting it, right? We knew that the 4 day was not supporting it. And so why get excited about the 1 day reversal if it's just going to turn back on itself? Now, of course, these are all lagging indicators and subject to change as soon as volume hits the stock. Our daily average is itty bitty, 4.34 million today. A lot of people taking off for the holidays, so it is expected to be lower volume, and no one can really predict when that volume hits. Our 30-day average, 6.2, so drastically under that average. The lower our daily average volume is, when an influx of volume does hit, the greater price appreciation we will see. It's just kind of how the market works, and that's actually how GameStop has helped me trade successfully every single day, which is pretty cool. Now, if you're interested in that, that's from GameStop into the watering hole, where we're using that same thing to trade every single day fairly successfully, if you'd like to learn a little bit more about that. And again, it's GameStop that's taught me how to do this, and it's doing all of this that's giving me the technical know-how to lead GameStop and therefore apply our options knowledge fairly successfully, because it's really easy to mess up your options if you're not timing it right? That's a big deal. The correct expiries, the correct strikes. You can do these things at the wrong time, just like you can buy and sell your common shares at the wrong time, right? But the risk is very much amplified, right? So aside from that, 1 month bearish signal, 6 month bearish signal, they're here. We're chilling. Relative strength 3 out of 10. It's not great, and our daily volume is atrocious, like we said as well. But we've got a lot of things to look forward to into the new year, and we're going to take it day by day. So if you want to leave a like, you want to drop a comment, subscribe to the channel, I would truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. Take care of yourselves, your loved ones, and we'll see you soon in the next. You see how much better that one was than the first one, right? All right, you guys have a good day. We're going to end stream there, and I'll catch you guys on Monday. Take care of yourselves.